It just helps to have headset on. Welcome on, everyone. I'll be a little quieter on the mic today. Oh, good. I can do a sound check. Oh, I'm coming in loud and clear though. But yeah, you can hear I'm a little raspy, so I'm gonna try to not run my voice out. I'm gonna spend a day explaining to all you everything about New World without having to make it a second time job. That's the important part. Alright, all the audio seems to be coming in. I'm going to have the chat brought up as well. I'll be keeping my eye on that. Practice makes perfect, as they say. And oh boy, does this bring me back to the theater life. Having a light always in your face. So let's get on in it. So what we're going to be able to cover today is going to be, we got gear sets finally. We have 2 at the start for free. I'll show you where to access them. And we will be clearing out some of the legendary loot that is taking up storage space. We're going to work out cleaning out inventory, and then I'm going to offer suggestions for the auction house community. First thing that we can visit, we're affiliated with the syndicates. This character is at the time. And always gotta make sure to bring that chat back up. There we go. Alright, so eventually I'm going to get a little bit of a notification for property taxes, but you can check your character bio by hitting K, hitting the tab up here. You can see what faction you are. Matches, the color matches up. Honey is a rather valuable resource, so I recommend getting that on the daily. And everyone's going to be able to see what the business is with a toque on the El Dorado server. The first thing, one of the very first things that we're going to take care of, if you're leveling up and you're using a lot of town board missions, you should operate out of the forge here. Most of them are going to look like this. You can tell what level it is, depending if it has a roof over it or not. Now, if we had some orders for iron armaments or other town board missions, they would appear here. And the first ones that you can make only require raw resources, just like these weapons here. There's another category that'll pop in when you have a mission item. So I only have a cooking recipe. So I recommend as you're leveling up 1 through 60, you level up, you gain experience through absolutely everything you do. So there's a couple goals in your trade skills that you can aim for, leveling up around the same time as your character. And it'll really help you hit 60 before your quest line is even complete, and that will just make your quest line even easier to finish, make it a more enjoyable experience. As you're leveling up, one of my other recommendations is first we'll finish this up. You first finish the forge, because those, you'll have things, some orders for your town board missions. They're just raw resources, so you don't want to refine them right away. And then another early tip for you, or this is more of a tip for actually people that have hit 60. As you learn more and more stuff, you start to be able to make a lot of things, right? And so it can be really tedious to scroll through your menu. So if you already know that you have the materials, if you're working as like, I just mined this, I need to make this, I recommend using this filter here, which is have materials. That's going to really just bring up the only thing that you can make and show what's in your inventory. So instead of having this to scroll all the way through, you can kind of just see what you're immediately working with. We're going to just turn that back off for now. That way we can go back and forth. And that way I can bring it up multiple times as people hop in and out of the stream. So, we're going to go straight to the auction house. We're going to start talking about more healthy auction house practices. So, and also we're going to go straight into something that a lot of new players might not understand, which is how your storage space works when you're interacting with the auction house. And the auction house is actually something that's introduced really early in your quest line. They have added this into the quest lines where you are to visit the auction house. And the auction house is super helpful if you need to make your silver ingots for your quest line. Instead of having to go out and find those, you can get them for just a couple of gold at the auction house, and I really recommend doing that. So, you can see that my storage unit here is near capacity. I don't have a house here. I've invested only a couple points into more storage. As you get to a higher level, it starts becoming more beneficial to have over 1,000, just a little bit over 1,000, because as you can see, kind of like the smelting, you can see how it's oh, I don't think the camera's in the way. I'll even just check the stream to see if it's in the way. No, good, I have my dumb face out of the way entirely, so you can really see what we're working with. The only thing I don't know is if my mouse shows up. One of the things I can't use currently right now, just because my mouse is broken, is that I can't really make use of all the pings that are available in the game, so my middle mouse button is broken. Alright, so we have a lot of stone. I don't like clumping up all right there. That's also just like... And then we're going to go to our sell orders. Now, here's a little tip. You can go to... There's a search bar on your sell for all items. So if I know I have stone, or you need to look something up, you have that option to do that. So you don't have to just scroll and have to do by maxed if you know what you're looking for. So the best way for the inventory management is just to know the full names of things, which is a little tedious, but it starts getting easier when you're just working with resources. You just have to know that it's green wood and then aged wood. Once you start knowing like the keywords, the search, being able to type things in, makes things a lot easier. And something that you can do, let's go pick up a couple town board missions real quick after the fact. So you can tell I already am not liking the fact about giving these guys more tax dollars. You can actually see that this housing icon, I need to pay my upkeep. So there's a little trick early on, is that you don't have that... You don't have the option to pay your taxes through the map menu unless your property upkeep is overdue. So I really recommend doing it this way, just letting it expire. I do recommend logging in at least once a week to pay your property upkeep. because it's if you're paying all this money for territory standing, paying your property upkeep, they used to call it property taxes, but now they call it upkeep because too many people were not paying their taxes. So funny. So they call it upkeep now. Paying upkeep is just like paying for town board missions. You're going to gain territory standing. So also with early levels, some good practices that you can do is just playing a territory buff every single time. So instead of having to grind out your music, how I advertise for people to level up their trade skills is just, it's a repetitive thing, but you can just playing a music song for all your territory, and then Decidedly Dexterous is another good song that really helps out lower levels. So you can see what I'm getting to with working early on with the auction house is that the auction house is free storage in a sense. Well, not free storage, sorry. It's storage that you pay for. It's the exact opposite of free storage. So I have all this stone, taking up a lot of weight, taking up 750 pounds actually. You want to go ahead, I'm going to put a buy order for it. So you can see the buy orders, they're going up. And you want to know why? Because I got all this stone right here, and oh look at that, it's already up to 32 cents. I have a couple buy orders right now. They're at 39 cents. But the thing is I don't care if no one buys them, because I'm going to show you. So this one, I'm going to keep on actually making the price increase. I'm going to put 46.75, just make it, actually 46.85 is good. Now look at that, the listing fee for that is 41 gold. You get 41 gold really quickly if you're actually killing mobs and things like this. So it's really cheap, and that's 700 pounds. And if someone buys it for 45 gold, I'm making over profit value. And then I'll explain how we're going to go back to the storage unit, and what I explain next will make more sense. So you put orders up on the auction house. I put it up for 3 days. I had several of these stone orders up on the auction house right now. And I keep on reducing my weight, so I don't have to just get a 10,000 stack in my inventory here. Now what's going to happen is that when these auctions come off the auction house in 3 days, they're going to come back into the storage here. And I'll show you what I did early on in Brightwood. Brightwood was one of the sacrificial towns. I didn't know where the price was going to go for some of the materials, and some of these things are just I didn't make what I used to level up when I tried to dump a bunch of resources into materials, or into ranking up my trade skills. I focused on consumables, just things that I would use over time. So the point that I need to get to is that I put all this stuff up over time up on the auction house in Brightwood when the storage wasn't full. As it came off on the auction, you can see that I am severely overweight. But this is how people can flood the market. Now, the thing about this is that I can't make any new buy or sell orders in Brightwood because of how this storage is. And in reality too, when people are like, oh look at this, how this is such an unfair advantage, like this doesn't really help me out a whole lot. It's because for me, I have to take it out, like, and then because the only limited resource in this game I would say is storage, even though something like this can happen. But I want to show players, all players should understand how this function works. And what I'm getting at too is that you don't have to people are gonna race to the bottom. Some people are always gonna put something for the lowest price, but you as the player don't have to let that frustrate you, because I'll show you that, and again, this is showing all the business and stuff. My sell orders, no, my buy order, my orders, active sell orders, and how I'm gonna, so I have a lot of items that I put up, and I put them up for 14 days. If people don't buy them, people don't buy them. Not too big of a deal. I always like trying to keep good gear available for people. And then I do put it at, I base the prices off of what I see in the faction store. So you can see that I had several active orders that have my stone, and they're going to be gone in a couple hours. As say I don't play the game for a couple days, that's just going to all end up in my storage, and it's like, oh no, I have a bunch of stone that I can sink into my own trade skill. Because currently what's going on right now, especially so how people do the elite chest runs, and how people, that's the ECR, elite chest runs, is what people call them, and a lot of people try to do that in as large a group as possible. And I'd be quick to call that a waste of time, but it is what it is. To explain to players that don't know why that might be a bad thing, to mob out with 60 people out into one of the elite chest runs to pick up all the loot, is that some of the good loot isn't in the chests. Some of the good loot is on the mobs. And the people that are grouped up in parties of 5, the people that are recalling in the recruitment chat for the elite chest runs, they know they're going to get drops from the boss, because they're in a 5-stack dealing the most damage to the boss. So when there's 80 people there, very rarely there's a mechanic in the game that affects the loot drop rates for you, because this equipment, these stonecutter pants, all this stuff that people pay thousands of dollars for, some of these that you get in the aptitude chests, after you hit 200 trade skill, you start getting aptitude, and as you get a whole aptitude level, you get chests. Some of this gear can be found in those chests, but a lot of them are found on monsters, and they are only rares. Some of them are epics, but these are higher. You can see that there's a higher tiered Tanner shoe, but you can see the accumulation, I want to point this out to players, is the same for a lower level player. So when you're wanting to think about the economy, this is actually really valuable to have a low level Tanner. This is bound to player and it doesn't show the level requirement, but the level requirement for this, I believe, is only level, it's 500 gear score, which is surprisingly high. I must have picked this up myself. So the gear score drops are going to be on certain mobs. So this would come off of a humanoid character, most likely, the Tanner gloves. The harvesting set, I believe that they've streamlined the loot like that, but one of my brothers actually let me know that that's not how the chests works. The chests for the rare equipment. So let's see if I have one of them in my inventory. No, I don't right now. But there's rare craft mods that you can get, or epics are actually the epic craft mods. And how do you learn about all of these craft mods? Well, we can go back to the auction house again, and we're going to pick up some territory quests. We'll see if there's any good examples that come up. And then I'll show you how to pay all your territory upkeep in town. Alright. So we have those two quests. One of them we can turn in, but we need to play a song actually before we turn those in. Because I want 30% territory standing. So this menu is actually interactive before you even search anything. So it's sorted by price currently, showing you can see what's hitting rock bottom on the prices. And as you sort through it, if any of your quest items are for light meals or potions, eventually we're going to see an icon. And it won't take long to get to the higher orders that are worth a couple gold. That was one of the unfortunate parts about getting this town board mission, was that I know that the resource I need is actually going to be 1 gold. So I might... Alright. We're going to do us a little favor and show off a filter. So we're going to say the minimum of it is... Actually... Minimum is 89 cents. There we go. Alright. And look at that. So that quest item here, we need 5. Oh, that's such a quality of life. So before it only showed the blue icon here, now it's showing me that I need 5 to finish this up. Which before you had to have those... I'm buying more because this icon hasn't changed. You see how it's still blue? Alright, let's buy like 50 of them. Help stimulate the economy. You see how that icon's changed now? Alright, we're gonna mute the music for this performance here. It's pretty hard to pull off these musics in town. They're usually lagging a whole lot. Yeah, see what I mean? So 20%, I'm gonna be fine with it for a moment. That's the way it works out. But you gotta love a company that has taken over the board, right? You gotta show your appreciation somehow. It's totally healthy, right? Nothing shady could be going on here. Oop. That's one for them, two for me. It was okay. 15%? Hey, give me your tips. Let's do it again. Hmm. You know, the first man. Okay. This is a pretty fun one. I think one of the tips streamers just gave out early on, possibly. I'm only making assumptions here on some of these things. Just that gosh darn pattern recognition going off. So I think a lot of people in their settings turned off hearing music, which I really encourage you to turn it back on. Because when it's good, it's great. If there is an underrepresented quality of this game, it's definitely the sound effects. You can play this game without activating the user interface. There is enough, there's sound effect volume to the extent where, ooh, look at that, 20%. We can do it one more time. And look at that. Leveling up that battle pass. Let's do it again. A tip for people that might be struggling with the music a little bit is to hold the keyboard button longer than you'd think. So if you're missing the notes and you're sure you're hitting them, you just need to press on the keyboard button a little bit longer because you're being just too excellent. So it's actually harder than you think to get a perfect in the middle of town. If you're out in the woods, no problem. You'll probably 4-star something. Alright. One of my favorite songs to play, it's one of the quickest ones, it's actually the Fisherman Lament. It's a 30-second song about... Boom, there's my 30%. And then there you go, there's like 3 songs. If you're a level 50 musician, don't worry about it taking you a couple times. Don't quit the song and just try to redo it. Nailed it! Give me that money! Come on, 30%. Get that faction board quest done. Scoundrels, all of you. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and just hit the complete all right here. And that'll show me the total territory standing they'll get, and it should come up on the hot menu there. Alright, let's go ahead and view this chapter 1. So how I complete that is just by selecting it, and then there's the activity card, which we haven't gotten anything yet. So it's not very obvious that this is a bingo card for your stamps, but after I recognized immediately to go for a row, and that's what we did here. And then this task here, we just have to kill Angry Earth. So I just have to kill 10 Angry Earth, and that activity card will get filled. And then I actually don't have any of these quests available. So, this shield here is a little bit harder because it is actually doing an arena, which is pretty cool. I think that helps stagger the arenas a little bit better too, because it used to be kind of like it felt a lot more like a grindy event where people would want to do 5 or 7 back-to-backs of this dungeon, which made it bred a community that made it really easy to kind of grieve each other, because only one group can be in these open world arenas at a time, and you can watch people do these battles. It's the open world environment in this game is undervalued, just again kind of because and again, it's not to knock their style. A lot of representation in the game is played with people that are trying efficiency, because they're just trying to quickly get their chests, do their dailies type of thing. Because that's what's worked for them in other games. And currently, one of the things that people do is they only run the first half of Genesis, and they do that over and over again. And I really encourage people to just play the game, really learn the enemy types, because that's all there is. I don't mean that in a negative way. What I'm saying is that there is only so many attack moves that these monsters have, and you can memorize them. One of the things I used to do is always milk the cow, pull the water, harvest the beehive. Always check in your forge. Okay, so now circling back to what we were talking about in the very start of the video, is that you can see how these just require raw resources. This one actually requires a little bit higher, so I'll show you how I'll work this out. And we're immediately just going to go out into the open world environment, and we're set up for something. I'll show you in my bio here. Oh goodness, I actually did leave up my logging gathering trophies. Perfect. That's good to know. I want to I got mining trophies. These are majors in every one actually now. So it gives, I'm working with some high value luck, and I also have the gear here. I believe I can give another example and to quickly sort through this. So this is a lower level. I wasn't just looking low enough. There's the level requirement, it's 53. And for these higher levels, now there's a difference between these gatherings and these craftings. So I want you guys to see, like, the stonecutter set is This is kind of a bad example because of the mobs that drop, because these are actually different gear scores. So I had these a while ago. These are like grandfathered in items, so these aren't exactly the best. Let's look at the Tanner set again. No, that's not a good. Wood. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, here's here's one that 500 gear score. This dropped from a chest. Um, I guess showing you guys a higher score one, I can show you guys what I mean, why it doesn't matter on this. So for this, you can see 5% chance on mining compared to this 501, which is 4.4. So gear score does matter on your mining gear, but you don't need to don't worry about luck. So your first luck bonus comes when you hit 60. So these rare items are very valuable actually. They're a little bit more labor intensive to get compared to just these raw resources here. The game does a very good job of telling you how rare something is based on a couple things. The color icon and also how much experience it gives you for gathering it. That's a really big indicator. So we only have a little bit to do. And I encourage people to actually just explore the map, to not get stuck, you know, going from this icon to this icon. This game is very beautiful, and how the houses work is this one that's displayed to me. Oop, not purchase house, view house. So this player, for them to be able to appear on this board, they had to have paid their taxes. So if you're looking for active players, you look at your housing board to start. I personally haven't gotten any interaction off of any of those players trying to talk to them about having the same house. And then because you meet all types out in the world, and some people are just way more recluse. Like, they didn't even come out of their they only hadn't even come out of their house, they just ported straight into expeditions and stuff. And the housing feature was really missed. So what I'm going to do is I have some luck food in my bag here. So not the maximum. And then another benefit of being 60 is that I'm able to just max out my strength here, so I have a 25% chance to mine ore with a single swing. And we're just going to be picking up rocks again. And for people that drop in on the stream, they're also going to see a little bit of a cheeky play. So we're going to talk about bag storage here. So there's actually, speaking of the patch, oh, I don't have it in my inventory, because I did. So there's a new bag that you can get. A very good bag. I highly recommend checking out the season storyline. And just by, it takes very little effort to do a couple of the missions, and you will end up with a epic bag. So a purple bag that has 4 perks, better than any of the ones I have equipped. So I have this equipped because I'm reducing the weight of stone by 9.7%. And having bags, so people too think that they only have one set of bags, and it's very important because I'm going to be going over all sorts of character developments. So we're going to talk about people that are fresh 60s for a little bit. Now your gear score you might have found a couple really cool items, but some of them off of some mobs that you've had to kill for quests. Hopefully, if you've explored the world, see what there is to do, a lot of these open world named enemies have a chance to drop named loot. It's not end game stuff, but it's still named gear that is still really nice for you. And then what's really cool is there's stuff in the expeditions that you can find that's named. And the game has done a really good job of releasing content that allows you to eventually acquire 600 gear score versions of the stuff. That was not true until they added the Armorine Starstone mutation, which is a combination of both those dungeons, which I think is pretty cool. Oh, I just definitely felt it definitely could get up for some chapstick. So, this is the life. It comes full circle. Now let's say we were talking about fresh 60s. Ah, right, the gear scores. Didn't want to get too off track for you. So fresh 60s, what your gear score will be looking at is that you had a bunch of mismatched gear. We were talking about how you, in the open world, at these different landmarks, there's enemies that can drop some named loot that you can't upgrade past. You can't upgrade the gear score to the 600 endgame stuff. As you can see, it's the expertise eventually goes all the way up to 625 currently. And there's also, in the PvP aspect, there are damage and also player versus enemy. The level difference between you and the player affects the damage that you do to it and the damage that it will do to you. And the game does a really, really good job of not messing up those level requirements. And one of the quick examples I can show, you can see how this has a recommendation level of 7. But let's look at a PvP environment. And they update stuff to this game all the time, so it might not show a level anymore. I don't think it shows the level. So the storyline, how you'd see this represented in the storyline, is that you can choose a faction about level 10, level 15, and that's what you can get flagged for PvP at that time as well. You will get a XP bonus for being flagged for PvP, and these areas, the forts used to have a level recommendation on them. And what I remember the level recommendation being for Fort Everfall was a level 10, or it was level 15, I believe, for recommendation for the fort. So, you not being able to kill a level 60 as a level 15 player does not mean that you cannot accomplish the missions, the PvP missions. Because a lot of them, we can go over them probably sometime during one of our loops. I like doing the even scale reach. Whoop. Should probably turn off the sounds from my phone, because I know how people will tune out. There we go. And we do have the opportunity to play another song here. We'll do the Fisherman's Lament, and then we're going to do Lux Labor, just to give us that extra oomph. Ooh, had to use my second chance, but nailed it. Come on, you know you want it. 5%. It was meant to be. Aww. Well, at least I have it. So, let's talk about something. It's called New World Maps. That's something that people are going to recommend you using to be able to mine the higher experience stuff. What higher experience stuff? Well, let me show you the pictures of it. So let's look at the mining. So that's the silvers, the oils, the golds. My recommendation is get to level 50, the alchemy stones here. That's a great spot. The next labor-intensive thing that I recommend is being able to gather lodestone. I also really recommend it. Now, I want to show you guys... Oh, I don't have the other pick. There's a difference in gathering speeds based on the gear score of an item. So you can see how this is 524, so it's 679 gathering. This is 548, and it has about 40% more. We're talking about New World Maps, and I'll show you where all the resources are, all those rare resources. And you can go straight away, and you can get them free, without having to rely on the market. Well, a lot of other people had that same idea. The good news is that unlike real life, the resources here on this island are 120% renewable. 120% renewable. You heard it here first. They'll always come back, just like soul wardens will always come back. Until we get lost or corrupted. So, here's how I'm living my life as a 60. It's back to mining stone. Why? Because those items that I showed you, the higher the gear score, the faster the mining speed. Why would I ask a level 20 player to toil around getting boulders and stuff? I wouldn't want them to do that because it's going to take them 7 or 8 times to hit this. Maybe if I can find a low-level player, and you can see they probably tapped that iron or whatever, but I'm totally fine. Totally fine with someone else getting the iron. It's not a big deal to me. I am only interested in the stone. And the lower levels will get, you see how I get 79 experience? There will be a node somewhere. I'll run up against some ore somewhere. But it gives you a lot more experience. And me just, I know that it could just go to a bot or to some player that doesn't deserve it, but it's not really like my role to play God or anything. Swap him out, especially for lower level players that might want to mine the iron, or just know that iron exists out there. I'm giving them time as I'm mining the other stuff to get out there. I'm not just mining the ore first and then also getting all the rocks around it. And people will play however they're going to play. A a lot of people do like to race each other for the resources sometimes. You know, every day is different too, you know. Just because people do that to you one day doesn't mean they might feel like doing it the next. But luckily, it's not going to kill you. Someone else gets the resources. It's much worse things. So, just mining the rocks with the, and then I could get even more efficient with the luck here, because after you get this gear set, you can also, on your jewelry, you can also get adorned mining luck. And so if I recommend, I don't so what people do in this game to level up their trade skills currently is that they'll make like 700 ironwood fishing rods, or they'll make 3,000 steel muskets, and I really recommend not doing that. Get your first craft bonus that you can get on the item, or if you're gonna, even better, if you're, make tools early on. Just because you can't make endgame tools, make some tools early on, because you can at least guarantee a drop. All these craft mods are usually incredibly cheap, so low level player can grab most craft mods that they want if they need a perk on something. And then I also really recommend building your own iron tools and adding a perk on it. You can see that there's another player out there, and a lot of players will just go rush to the whatever minerals are out there and stuff, but just because they're up rushing to it, it doesn't even mean that the resources are even there. You know what is here? The rocks. The rocks never lie. And here's the thing. This is how I'm using the storage house, and I really want other players to recognize this. And it's gonna help generate a better economy for everyone. And people are like, well, where did this come from? Where did this just listing things for 1 gold less come from? And this is, and again, pattern recognition be damned. I know. You have to understand personal experience comes involved from it, from what I've seen for things like this. And I blame the World of Warcraft community. Yep, that's my hot take. Here's some ore up here. Can't even really expand on hot takes too much. But it's a very lazy way to run an auction trade. But item drops don't work the same way like they work in World of Warcraft. And you, the consumer, always have the choice on whether or not you're going to... Oh, you know what I need to turn back on for you guys? You've heard me droning on and on, but we need to get that epic music in the background going too. So you saw I came up onto some iron that hadn't been mined yet. And I had no rocks in my way, and I went ahead and picked it up. And if I see someone, I just activate I usually wave, or I'll just activate the voice chat. In town, having your voice chat on is a little bit more embracive. Eventually, I hope for there to be a real town community. Like, instead of people using the trade chat to sell something, I can see more players just being more sprawled out on town and just using their voice chat to advertise their wares. And I think that's a much more interactive way to do it. And something as a kind of a fun game style that I have is actually playing the game skinless. So I have not bought a whole bunch of skins. I've only done free cosmetics, and I also haven't collected every single free cosmetic. I've missed some, and I actually like that. I think it just does, it's cool for there to be collectors and stuff, if that's your thing. For mine as a casual, I can't call myself a casual player. Not with the amount of hours that I have logged up on this game. I have a good understanding of the mechanics, and this game doesn't have to be all the ways it is right now. And that doesn't mean not coming from the development side, just from the player community. There's a lot of rushing, a lot of mob grouping up that I don't think is necessary. I think you can do more damage to mobs by backstabbing and getting in good combos. I think expeditions are good AI fights to have. So if you could treat it, your expedition runs, especially since there's no gear score damage that you take in regular expeditions, completing expedition runs, there's no key requirements for it anymore, which is a big thing to note for returning players. You get 25, you get, I think you get 150 regular missions, actually. I think you get a crazy amount of regular expeditions. You get 25 mutated expeditions a week, which is how you collect Umbral shards and things like that. So something I did on my first run of the game is I was always flagged PvP, and I can shout out Laramith is a player that actually gifted me a Void Vent set that I still use to this day as my luck item set. It was super cool for them to do. I was always fighting the good fight. I always like to go to the underdog faction at the time I've been and help them out on the PvP. Always give people something to do. I think that there are healthy players in the PvP scene community in this game. I just think the, man, would it be, I don't know if I'm too out of touch to say it's like, I think a lot of people have streamers and they use streamers as a way to, when they see a streamer express joy or frustration, people learn how to express their joy and frustrations the same way as the streamers that they watch. Oof, no one saw that. And a lot of streamers are, there's a lot of players that are min-maxers. They want to do things as efficient as possible. This game has a lot going for it. If you like craft furniture, you can actually customize your entire house. All the furniture, there's a lot of furniture you can collect off of mobs and NPCs through the chests. So you really, and it's unique to each of the areas, so you can really... Oop, I ate some more food. And that's another reason why I don't mind not having the super rare food. Now here's another thing that I come across out in the open world. Super value. This green prismatic boom. Boom. Beautiful. We've been streaming for about an hour. I'm going to take a quick bio break. We're gonna get this sign on up here. Let's go. OBS, that's the one I need. Break text, boom, right there. And we are back. Alright, so you can see that I've actually unactivated. Now, I don't need it. I don't need the quick menu up right now, actually. So people might say, what about the tracking up at the top? Ooh. I can still fire all my weapons and stuff. Still harvest. And this probably is a more enjoyable experience for people watching too, to not have the menu all cluttered up. So something I want to point out on what I just did with that camp over there is that set a respawn for 500 meters. So if I was flagged, that's really important for people that are flagged PvP. If you're flagged PvP, other players can kill you even if you're stepping away. So at some point, if this game explodes in popularity again, there's going to be queue times. And we can talk about how a few things that are pretty cool about this game. Okay, I've actually already encumbered myself. It's pretty nuts. So I'm going to go ahead and drop something. So you can see that this is affecting my inventory. So I just go out of the red, drop that last 98 stone. I'm going to go ahead. Oh, wait. I remember what I was going to show everyone. We're not going to recall. We're going to head back. Oh, definitely mismatched my mic there for a little bit. So to catch all the possible things I had said back up in the chat is that this is a respawn point for making the camp. So if you need to step away and don't need long queue times from having to log back in, set a camp, you'll have a respawn point, you'll be able to start right back up where you are. And you might have the incredible fortune of meeting the person that sent you back to your camp. And that gets into kind of the most pay-to-win aspect of this game. People were talking about whether this game is now pay-to-win or not, and seeing the release of the Battle Pass, I thought it was pretty cool. And then, but there's just this one thing. Just this one teensy little thing. And it's this button right here on the gear sets. So there's 2 gear sets. Really cool that we have these. But these are, you can finish the Battle Pass, get all 100 levels, and you'll get 1 or more of these gear sets. For free. You'll get 1 or more of these. Or you can pay $5 and you can get as many as you want. And to be able to so quickly change them to one of these gear sets out of combat really revolutionizes your response time in this game. You can really adapt to a lot of different situations. So the clarity buff still works on me encumbered, but I'm able to more quickly keep on walking up to this next stone, walking up to this next stone. Because I know this is taking kind of a ridiculous amount of time to get back to base, but I can really see all the other players that are going on. And this is what the actual gatherer's responsibility for a good economy is that we can still wave, shout out to each other. It's really easy to do that emote, so you can hotkey press P and then you can wave, but you can see that the command for it is underneath. So if you want to put up your chat box and just to do it real quick, you can wave, or you can flex. It's really easy to be able to show that you're not a bot, and to just, and even if you have the music blaring or anything, to just give acknowledgement to other players in the game is good sportsmanship. And something about my own gathering, how I talk about, and a lot of people don't follow this playstyle. So, number 1, don't get mad if other people don't follow this advice here. But I don't rush people for resources. This is mad unfortunate because this guy is coming up the path. You want some stone, buddy? I have so much. No, please come help me. Please, I'll give you all you want. I'll give you all you want. Please, just come back. I'll come back for that. No! You're so much faster than me. Please, please, I give you all the stone you want. It's right here. I have it already. Ah, so be it. Alright, I said I would be back for that. Oh, God. In this case, 747. It's not worth it anymore. I'll walk it. I'm not even worried about it. If I wasn't over encumbered, I would have picked that guy to be the guy that I helped him level up his experience, because there's a really cool way 60s can help out low-level players. So, one super unfortunate thing in this game is that if you're over encumbered, you do not get the road buff, which I'm going to fill out a report right now that talks about that. Menu, submit feedback. And something I do for my reviews is that I saw that you didn't have to give it a star rating, and so I do not give a lot of star ratings out anymore. I do try to balance my positive feedback with my negative feedback, and I've listened to game developers talk about how if you run into a bug in the game, the best thing to do is just be able to submit something through the game feedback right there. So if you run into something that you can't mine, submit a feedback there. If your house inventory isn't spawning, send a feedback note right then and there. So, just because that other guy didn't trade me too, it doesn't make me automatically assume that he's a bot or anything. Alright, so I'm going to show people just another cool trick in the moment here. So what we're going to do is I'm actually going to drop this stone. Have to close my gear set. I'm gonna drop half that stone just on the ground right there. That's on a 3-minute timer now. I'm gonna go clean up a lot of this stone right here. And what's really handy is I actually have another timer going on right now. I'll show you my luck timer. My food timer there. You can see the bag's gonna stay there, just chilling. Gathering all this stone that was really out of the way here. And this is how when total bag weight starts to matter. Because you're over encumbered, which means you can't use special moves or things like that. You can only do auto attacks. But then there comes a certain point where you can't move at all. Now you can bypass even those limits is with the encumbrance song, and there's encumbrance potions that you can use. I don't want to get too far away from that bag though. And now, we're back to being over encumbered again. And just walking down out on the road. So my max encumbrance rate is going to be 1900. And so I actually have a really nice mining route back. Look at all this stone. So I'm gathering this stone anyway, and I'm going to be a little bit faster. I'll show you, get to show you how this works. So I still have one tapping potential too. And I'm not even going to worry about getting that iron out over there. I don't need a perfect run for those types of materials. And I'd rather have the opportunity for other people that are going out to be able to get some of their resources. People race each other for resources, and that's just what some people do, but hopefully like people can calm down on that type of business, because and that's where I have to circle around from like 30 minutes ago when I was talking about how New World Maps isn't healthy because it shows you where all the resources are, but so it shows everyone where all the resources are. So if everyone's just streamlining it from and just looking zoomed in on their map from point A to point B to point C, not really seeing everything that the environment has to offer. And also there's just more important things to gather at the end of the day, like stone or fishing. Fishing is great too. We'll get in, so when we make it back to town, we're going to put all this up onto the auction house again. And we're going to be maximizing our weight potential here. Kind of veering off path a little bit, so. And then again, if we have a lot of stone that we want to collect, we really want to go for our encumbrance right here. I just need to remember to run back the other way there. So for people that join in on my broadcasts and stuff, I really am getting all the secrets away. And I generate my content in this way too, just because, and then for like a lot of funny reasons. It won't get too meta about it or anything like that, but thank you for everyone that comes checks out the broadcast. I really am trying to help the community learn more about this game. I'm a little crazy kook on the server. I think about some of the things I've done, and some of the things are very cringy at the end of the day. But I've learned from my lessons, and I try to share give other people my thoughts so they don't have to fail the same way I have. And one of those things was getting mad about resources, and it was over hemp of all things. I got mad that someone mined all their row. They were clipping and gliding all over the place, using every move in the book to move as quick as possible. And they didn't, and they got half of the row that I was mining. I was like, you couldn't just leave a row? And so I decided to be that friend's best person. And they ended up having to recall somewhere because I was just with them the entire way. Ah, yes, this is one of the items I actually needed on my way back to town. Is a little bit of hemp. If you remember at the forge, we needed some of this. And we'll go ahead and pick it up on our way back into town, because no reason why not to. And then pretty much anything in our way at this point. All of its territory standing at the end of the day, all of it has opportunities for it dropping gold. This game really does a good job at writing everything down. So you can see down here, primary currency used to purchase items in the trading post and at the faction shop. Source, completing missions, killing enemies, participating in events. It is very cut and dry clear on what it is. And we're gonna go ahead finish getting back into town here. And one of the new pretty useful things that they've done is that they have allowed you to access your inventory while you're moving. And I think this over encumbrance playstyle is really something that could really be nice to come into play, because again, look at how we're not losing any money. We're not having to sell it at the lowest cost price. We're actually raising the price of what we are doing, because we're not selling low. We're posting high and we're buying low. So if someone doesn't buy out and all the stone just gets really cheap, not only will I be able to use all the stone that over capacitated my storage. We've talked about that a little bit, how you can over capacitate storage as units. If you want me to refresh anything, just drop a question in the chat. And we are actually walking up to the trade post right now. I'm going to put this stone on the market, and it's going to cost us pennies to do so. I can actually open this up. It's going to take us a second to go. These are the aptitude crates. Alright, let's just get up these stairs. Let's just get up and do it. Alright, let's get rid of this one filter. That would be a terrible filter to still have on, that 89-cent filter. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we have 67,000 stone. And I'm gonna put this one for 41. And we're gonna do 67,500. Oh, 6,700 sounds like it is a really nice. 53. Boom. Alright, and look at that. Half my inventory weight back up. And then we can also start doing that with our rawhide. But that's at another auction house. So there's the crude. We'll go ahead and craft that. I want you to notice that for those raw materials, that happened really quick, but look at the amount of armor experience it gave me. Let's look at something else. We'll sort this by XP up here. So, an iron longsword, Alright, I went to the iron boots, so because I know I crafted armor, so armor to armor, 108. So 6 times less the experience, and it requires quadruple the resources, easy. If not 6-tuplet the resources. Here's 945, so we actually need to get some of that stuff reduced. And we're going to go ahead and get into our Tanner set. And then before we get to crafting too much more than that, there's one more thing that we want to do, is that we're going to go ahead and put a Territory Triumph buff back on our character. I didn't get the music paused this time, so sorry for the little jarble, but it'll be just a quick 30 seconds through this. I'm on my way to perfecting it so far too. Nailed it. Alright, 30% bonus now. I'm not going to reduce it any more than that just now, because we didn't need to go that deep. And then here, I don't have the Weaver set on me. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to waste my time over 4%. Because I only have 2 pieces of gear set there. I don't know if that was enough, actually. I do notice I am getting the road buff here in town, which is nice. Ran way past, yeah, running so fast, ran past what I need. Come on, boom. 945, again, I'll let the materials 10. Compared to this. Here, I'll make it as cheap as I can. Maybe this is cheaper. No, 7. Yeah, that might be cheaper. That's 120 experience. So how this happened is after I did the lower level ones that only take the crude, eventually once your armoring gets up, you start getting the higher ones. So the more you do, the higher you get. So in some towns, I already have I've already done the steel sets. I'm actually on the star metal sets that I'm making. And it was, in some of my screenshots, you might have seen the jumps that I made in my trade skills specifically for my armoring. So you can click on this and you can see all the way down here what is available at 150. Is this. So from all the expeditions you do, you get these loots. So what's not so what this means is that you don't, for people that want to craft and stuff, you don't need to grind out your crafting. You can still do the expeditions, because when you salvage items, you get these types of notes. You get these on all different levels, because you can see this is one at 150, but there's also one available, should be, yep, at 100. You can see those are for rare items. And there's actually one at 50 too, for the novice armor. And this is why, another reason why you should do a large variety of different expeditions, because different expeditions have different types of loot drops. You're more likely to get more variety of engineer, arcane parts, depending on the expedition you do. Gonna clear all that back out again, and we'll get our smelter set on next. So for this stuff, I don't waste it taking up an inventory slot or a gear slot. I just do it the old-fashioned way. Whoop. Oops, sorry about the extra pings. I thought I had... Oh, that's coming up on the desktop notifications. Nice. No way, just no way to avoid it. Life continues. Alright, and I'm not going to do anything extra fancy here. So, as more people come into the lobby, if they have any questions and stuff, I'm more than happy to explain any of this stuff. I am showing all the small details of things, but that doesn't mean I'm just going to give the whole game away. Alright, let's go. Now that we have this territory standing, let's also go ahead and turn in these faction quests for these hooligans, these so-called town owners. I don't see one of them in town. Alright, so I actually happen... Do I still have this on me? I do. So I'll go ahead and just complete those 3. Easy does it. Alright. $409 on the weight. There's some stuff I could definitely ship out here. Available 9 hours. Oop, there's the honey. Let's do a PvP run next. So one of my houses, one of the things that you'll have a lot of is definitely food. So one of the houses, I use my extra storage to kind of deal with my surplus food. And another one of my houses has to deal with the storage of surplus potions. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, all that's full right now, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. 79 pounds? Yeah, whatever. We're going to keep on adding to that stack anyway, so I don't see the big deal. We are going to shove off from this location real quick. See what business is going on over here. Oh yeah, and then we gotta do some inventory management too, don't we? But we just been collecting stone, rock and stone. One of the tips I'm going to throw out there for people that are in the middle of the video is that I really encourage people to, when going skinless and stuff, is dye these types of gear sets. Show off your stun self. Alright, so I'm kind of sure someone came through, kind of because of this rubble right here. It kind of looks like mined rock. Not a whole lot, but then you see it, you kind of can see the path that someone carved out here. They went up this way, Then one out here to the left. And then they mined the node. Aha! So there is definitely like a tracking aspect that you can bring to this game. Ah, yes, there's a plethora of resources out here, ain't there? And I'm trying to stick to the rocks instead of the trees. I got luck for both. But that's if I come across some ironwood and stuff like that. I could swap into my lumberjack if I really wanted to. But at most we're talking about just a 10% bonus. And I think that, so don't worry about gear swapping. So that 200 gold cost to get the 10% bonus. So there's the efficiency boosters that you can make in the engineering. We're talking about consumables is what I recommend people spending their time crafting. They're going to use their own resources and stuff, make the consumable crafts. One of those crafts is a efficiency booster, and you'll mine more resources when you have it active. So, and those are ultimately, especially when you have them by yourself, those become cheaper, and you're able to cover that 200 gold cost. So it would have been 200 gold to be able to get 10% bonus, or you can use one efficiency booster, which could, even if it hung around 70 gold, it's still worth it. And then plus you're getting an additional 10% as well on what if you were still mining. You get another 10% on your mining. Whoa. Alright, so there's two things I'm actually going to do. On the next step that we go to town, I'm actually going to show you guys what I mean about crafting lower level materials. Because these are the people that need them, are actually the lower level players. And they have no idea what's good, and they... Like, look at me. Look at, you see what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with my tools? You see the big difference between this and that? Ah, yeah, but you see how they're both orichalcum? Yeah. Even I make mistakes, and I got thousands of hours in this game. Not realizing that there was an extra perk to be had. But don't worry about max efficiency in this game. You know what, I wasn't always like that though. You know when I chilled on max efficiency? It's when they added the music buff. Because like the 30% territory standing, you're getting 30% all the time. Do I do it all the time? No, I do not. It stops me from getting to what I want to do. There actually might be some iron up this way that we get. Some of the other things I can show off later too would be some of the luck gathering trophies. So I had the luck gathering. Oh, my food is expired. Let's go ahead. We had that hotkeyed, so we don't even need to go in the inventory. And running across iron while we have this much luck, we could hit a little bit higher luck numbers. We'd probably get an uncommon item every time. With my luck right now, I get an uncommon item here. Maybe 1 out of every 15, 1 out of 20 rocks. pretty sure those rough leather bead straps, those might be worth 120 gold right now. Got it off of a mob. I got it off of clicking the left button twice. You know? And I got territory standing. So if you're spending all your time running past all the mobs, you're doing yourself a disservice. Because these mobs, all these enemies that you fight out in the open world, are what appear in an expedition. And these monsters just get stronger. They just get more special mutated attributes on them. So the sooner you learn all their movesets, the better player you're going to be. And then you're not going to need a traditional tank. You're not going to need a traditional tank at the very least. I think for the mutations, it might still, healer might be really recommended for always having a life staff user, but I don't think one player being the dominant tank is necessary. I would like to say that healers aren't necessary. I would like to be able to say that, but just especially with the latest expedition release, being able to output heals and still be able to secure a location on the map is very important to do. To not have to move around, to be like, nah, this is where we're gonna horse stand. Very beneficial to have a healer to be able, a life staff user to be able to do that. But I think if people truly want to hit the top of the leaderboards, the traditional tank that they have, which I'm so rarely impressed with people's tanking, because I just don't feel like it's the quickest way to clear mobs. I think the backstab damage potential and being able to actually combo guaranteed getting your ability crits off. You can only hit so many enemies with that target. You have your Heart Rune gem, but again, once you know the enemy types, it's so easy to dodge, and then this just gets into player versus player. Because the better you know your combos on being able to stagger your enemies, the better you're going to do in player versus player. And what I'd love to be able to see this game get to is for people in Outpost Rush to really work with their 5 stack of players that they're given, the 5 players that you're grouped with, and really trying to accomplish the group missions, because a player of 5 makes all the difference. Is what Outpost, you can change the course of game with just 2 people in an Outpost Rush. For people that are building up the fortresses, taking care of that the right way can win your team the game. How am I always losing this food buff? Maybe I never consumed the food buff. Now it's kind of interesting how that node wasn't fully mined there. They had some anti-bot measures in this game, and I want to say that I think they've done a good job. I think people want to say that there are bots in the game, but I think just because some player doesn't respawn to you does not mean that they're a bot. They could just be watching anime and trying to just like side quest the game real quick. It takes time to be able to engage with each other. Okay, we got quite a bit more inventory to fill up here. I'm gonna go ahead and turn back off the user interface here so you can just enjoy all that. Huh. find any of these rocks now. What type of bug is it? Oh, it's because I had my inventory up. That's hilarious. Okay, good to know that's a thing. No equipped. Oh, okay. Use repair kit. Boom. Must have broke it somehow. So that's actually, the indestructible perk is an underrated perk, because when you start, like, it takes me 1 master repair kit. And if you are actually making repair kits, you can sustain that. But how are you sustaining all those repair parts if you aren't mass producing a bunch of equipment? Well, how you're doing it is all the salvaged equipment that you're getting through your expeditions with other players. Now there's some star metal there, but I'm not really interested in getting it. I already have a 1600 stack of ores. I already have too much. Trying to do more to give my voice a little bit of break, but always encouraging people to drop a line in the chat. Eventually we will be looking at a lot of the gear that I've collected over since launch, making decisions on what to keep. So we'll be salvaging it here live on stream. Ooh, not so fast, Piggy. Oh, look at that. Ran into some more iron. So now I know the controls well enough in this game where I don't need the interface up. I don't really need to pay attention to what's going on in the chat. I'm much more interested in using the voice chat channels in the local area. I think it's a much more efficient way of time. And I'm just enjoying the game. You know, this is where I'm getting my clicking aspect out of the way. On just coming into something that I can kind of zone out on that's rather pretty. And you can also, again, that there's enough detail in this game that you saw how I literally tracked people up to the path to where they were just hanging out. Might necessarily be in both, but it could have been one though. But it did lead me to people. So, gathering a bunch of extra stuff like this right now, all that hemp, is not really worth it because it takes time and also it's going to take up inventory space. It's going to be one more thing I'm going to have to refine. I'd rather collect stuff like this out on my screen. I'm not even sure what I got. So we're coming out into a town here soon. We're just, mining away again. And then I have this, a lot of my stuff is coming off in 3 days, but if I put it all up for 1 day, now at this point, I would have access to it. But this is kind of how I'm making my investments, is that I'm getting about a 6,000 stack and able to throw it up on the market. This is going to definitely be more like a 4,000 stack that I'm able to collect total. I have a ramen bowl in my future too at some point, so I'll probably take another break, probably about, maybe like another half an hour. I am kind of giving it a little slow break, just so people are watching along. I'm not zoning out, losing energy at this point, just conserving the vocals a little bit. I bet that is definitely one of the experiencing things to get in. However, one of the reasons why I am streaming today is because I had a COVID exposure, so I'm currently just quarantining at home for a few days, so I figured this would be a really good time to be able to just really dig into the world a little bit and show people what I really do enjoy about this game. So, when you're doing this, now, when you're lower level, say you're level 45 or so, I don't really recommend trying to do too much of this. For when you're lower level, you should be trying to find those hemp resources, those iron resources are going to be some of the best things for you can mine, because it gives you so much experience through mining. And the playstyle that I'm trying to cultivate for you is the higher levels can mine all the low level materials really quickly. So I'm mining out all the rocks and stuff, and if I happen to come across some ore along the way, I take it. And this is going to be able to give you a relatively cheap price on all the raw resources. Relatively cheap. I am trying to increase the prices on them, because it should be worth money having a player come out here instead to do these things. However, supply and demand is a thing. It's a very, we got to talk a little bit about Amazon owning this game, and I think if there is any game that is going to make an economy, think about this as an economy game, right? And it really, and I used to call it, I am going to have to change my Steam review eventually, because I used to call it like capitalistic fantasies. But if you think about it, because the game is the means to make supply, right? That means that every single player has the means of production for this game. So it's socialism. What? Oh god. All the congressmen are gonna come shutting me down now, being like, no, we are a capitalist country, we support capitalism. This game to me is like a perfect example of why minimum wage laws should exist, with how everyone races to the bottom on their prices. So as much as I want to give flack to the World of Warcraft community for inspiring this auction house trade mentality, maybe there is some other human condition that makes people want to do, maybe it's that instant gratification of selling the thing first, before selling the thing before anyone else. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, look at that. Okay, so all my upkeep is overdue, and this is important for me to pay it now because this is affecting all my loot luck right now. So, pay upkeep. 104 paid. You can see... Huh, that was interesting. I paid my taxes while in Cutlass Key and it gave me Cutlass Key territory standing. Let's try that again. Yeah, it gave me Cutlass Key standing as I paid my territory. I don't think that's the way it's supposed to work. But I'll take it, you know. That is useful to, if that is just the way it works, that's just good to know. I bet that's unintentional. I'll go ahead and submit a bug report for them. Hit him with the 3-star review. Keep him guessing on what the issue is. Alright, so we submitted that, and that is not too big of a deal. So we paid all that and got plenty of territory standing up in Cutlass Keys. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so again, we're called in. One of the first cooldowns I recommend you using, and also when you're a newer level player, you're only going to have your end respawn available to you until I believe you're level 15 when you are able to get your first house. And you need to get your first house right away. Okay, you just need to buy the house. Just buy the house. It doesn't matter that you can save 10 grand. You're gonna lose out on 10 grand worth of profit if you don't use it's a whole nother respawn point that you desperately need at lower levels. It's a whole 3% damage against anything that you're fighting. House. You need to get it as soon as possible. Just level 15. I can show you. If we go to attributes here, we can look at the level rewards. Your first house, sorry, at level 5, you get a second weapon. That's how important second weapons is. First thing you get, bag slot, level 10. Okay, before you even get full inventory, it's already giving you a house. Buy your house. Clip this and buy your house. Alright. So we're full up on stone, and we're putting all this in Monarch's Bluff right now. Going to sell. I have 43 stone. And I'm gonna put this one. Three days. 42.50. Light as a feather again. And let's go out through Monarchs again. Let's try to make ourselves even brighter or lighter. And you know how we're going to do that? We're going to just sell our raw resources real quick. So we're gonna go, those are refined. Here's raw. Is it raw? Oh, these are consumables. There we go. Alright. I'm just gonna sell this as is. And right now I'm not really worried about it. I could be paying more attention to who I'm selling to. Like, I actually would like to look for the buy order that is in Monarch's Bluff somewhere, if there is one, or maybe Weaver's Fen. So there's one in Cutlass Keys. I think I had some. There's a sales tax fee in Monarch's Bluff, okay. And it's going to Cutlass Keys, okay. I don't need any of this stuff for quests anymore right now, so I'm just dumping some of it right now on what the buy orders are. Just to free up some of my more of my inventory. Ah, there we go. Alright, so how we're going to start getting this up is that we're going to put a maximum price on this bad boy right now. Because here's the thing about making a 14-day bid. Everyone's going to try to post a lower bid than this that tries to rush out and get it. We're not going to worry about that. I need this stuff out of my inventory, and we're putting it on the market. We're going to time it 3 days versus 18 gold versus 27 3 days. I want people to start frothing at the mouth a little bit over this. So this is what we're gonna do. All of it. For durability, pretty helpful on tools, not gonna lie. Gold a piece. Actually, you know what? There we go. A gold 65 a piece. Okay, we're down to 200 pounds, not too bad. Okay, I did say that we were going to do something else when we got back to town again. What was it? Oh, we were going to do inventory management. But there's all this stone in mine. Oh, we were gonna do a PvP mission. Yeah, that's what we were gonna do. Not sure how much boulders are gonna be out here right now, but we're gonna check. People are really shy. If you haven't noticed. It's my fault though. I've definitely been grumpy at people for mining next to me on the voice chat before. That man was on a mission. I wonder what he could possibly be getting out there. He might possibly just be more interested in the star medal. It does appear like he's taking that path. Giving him every chance in the world to collect this iron right here, but I think I just got a territory upgrade with that. Oh, nope, just... Ooh, I was thinking I'd definitely throw an egg into the ramen bowl. Maybe not. I don't think I really like I don't actually really like the idea of shrimp and egg together. That's a one or the other thing. In this case, at least for how I just want to prepare the egg this time. Been really enjoying fried rice and a sunny side up egg. Scrumdiddlyumptious meal. The leftovers were great. Jeez. And a tip, you might be able to see that that screen is actually taking up some real estate. So instead of, if I click that, it makes this delay. It's really annoying to click down. So I'll do it again, right? So there's this delay. Or, you can click exactly where they're up, and go away right away. So I got another 8 minutes and I'll solidly mine during that time. Then we can finally start kind of focusing on something else. Oh, look at that. Did that iron just spawn before my eyes? Hilarious. If I was a level 10 or 15, that wolf would be bothering me. Definitely trying to grab this iron while I have that luck bonus going. You can see I'm just out of range on my camp. And it's not a bad thing that I'm, every once in a while, that I'm picking up flint or this wood, because those are materials that you need to make camps. And if you're flagged PvP, which eventually I will, I can't really stream and play PvP at the same time. When I say in the description of this, I have it set as a low rig, meaning that I can't really show you guys the high quality aspects of this game on the hardware that I'm running. But I can definitely show you how to not stress on a mining route. You can see I'm getting plenty of iron, plenty of base material. And some of my bait's selling. I'm not compromising with the lower price, so I can't really advertise this in too many spaces because you can get trolled really easy by using the general chats and things like that. So I'll let my viewers know that the fish market, anything fishing related, I have never undercut the fish market. Not once. If I ever posted the lowest price, what I also did was I bought the market out at the same time. Meaning that if I needed to set it at rate, it wasn't the if I'm going for the lowest price, I bought out everything to a certain point underneath it, and then I set my price. There's some other auctions that are already up, and I'm technically undercutting them, but I made an additional investment to kind of get the economy moving on it. I really did not get as much stone from that run as I wanted, so we're gonna go one quest to turn in. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I might as well. What tends to happen when you make videos like these is that everyone a lot of people end up emulating your style, and they try to think it's their own style too, but just another interesting human condition thing. Alright, we're up here in Mallory's Notch. Ooh, that ramen bowl is definitely calling to me too. We'll definitely just have a few more intermissions as we start growing an audience and stuff. Definitely gonna have to hang in there on the longer streams eventually. what we're doing here is we're just taking advantage of the fact, the reason why I'm committing so much time to doing the stone is because I see a potential for prices to be high in the stone market for a little while. Uh-oh, an error. Ah, okay, so I must be lagging a little bit, no worries. Oh, she got me, Captain. Oh, almost got away from me. Oop. Someone else definitely tried to tap this too, didn't have a lot of success. Oh, look at that, ran into some more iron. A lot of iron. Not so much any other higher resources, but that's honestly because I haven't really gone to higher level areas. And I can talk a bit about that, being that you really don't stress on using the best items available. Just use what... this is actually one of those situations where living within your means is not a dick thing to say. So you don't need to be using infused potions for everything you do. Having the strongs or the powerful is going to be just fine. So make things that you can sustain the economy to. So you're not going to be... If you can't have a bank of rune stones to be able to craft the stopwatches, like you're going to be spending way too much effort trying to just get your daily stopwatches when it would be much more beneficial for you to build up an economy that supports you not having to think about having to have the resources for your stopwatches. Okay, so here's a corruption breach, and this is why I have another one of these potions hotkeyed. You might see it's just level 35 too. Now something with 300 strength, the bonus that comes with this is my attacks can't be interrupted. But like I said, these guys have a moveset, so once you know what the moveset is, it's a lot harder for people to take advantage of you in the game. So that's the wave. Now this can push me off every once in a while, so I might have to go back to it. Close her on up. And since I still have 4 minutes on this buff, might as well keep on clearing out a few other places. Yola! Oh, sorry, my bad. I forgot I don't have taunts on her. If only I was stronger. So, we're gonna tag along for this. Oh, look at them being a speedy little speedster. And they're off like a speed of light. Alright, let's go back to doing our own thing again. So if you ever see something like this, just know, what did we just do? We cleared a corruption portal. What was over this? It wasn't some bot coming in harvesting all the trees. It was corruption. The more you know. Now, I'm pretty sure these are 40. I'm pretty sure these are going to give me thick hide. Yes, they do. But they give me the minimum amount of thick hide. Only 9 not a whole lot of thick hide. Now, there's some money. That thing has some antlers on it. Ah, rest in peace. It's the crude weapon. Nothing super rare or fabulous yet for that. Munchin' on that food. And you know what, let's get out into one of these no-named regions here for a little bit. Let's really just go up to the mountains here. Really try to get out of everyone's way here for a minute. And again, I'm gonna like inspire good practices. We're gonna unbind from our old camp. I'm gonna place it right here. Just to get me. Now that if you can do that, you can always be PvP. Just put your camp somewhere inconspicuous, and you can quest PvP the whole time. Unless they find your camp, you're fine. And if they find your camp, you have the option to go to a respawn point, one of these points. You have plenty of options on how to not get grieved. Here we go. This is some of the good stuff. This is extra honey supply, or beeswax. Ah, I used to do something else. I used to run towards them. This is incredibly useful to have. Something else that you can also find out here with the game is turkey nests, which will give you eggs, and there's also nuts out here. Nuts besides me. So one of the things I unfortunately don't have up right now is my harvesting trophy. And with the way I play that game, it would be super beneficial for me to actually have that up still. Getting the luck, I'd rather just not even harvest this stuff because I'm not getting any of the rare materials off of it like that. That should be happening just as much as my iron rates. I should be getting that constantly. And we're just kind of exploring what we got out here. We got a landmark if we wanted to go try some chests real quick. I specifically have, on one of my gear sets right now, is a loot flux set. And so what I'm doing here is I'm not mining everything. I'm kind of just working with the clarity bonus, picking some up along the way, gaining some ground. And these large honey trees are definitely worth hitting. I think with the rate of honey right now, each one of this honey I think is up to a gold a piece right now. Something around that sometimes. That's actually been harvested. Interesting. I thought that bush was some iron. Okay, it looks like half of these have been gotten at. We'll go ahead and take the other half and we'll keep on cycling off that spawn for people. I'd rather people share, split resources, than rather a bot coming in or us acting like bots. Just completely raising the land every time we come out of every single special little flower there could possibly be. Meanwhile, we're not even using the right luck. You know. So, one of the thoughts I have with the whole leadership board is that there is a leadership board for killing corruption, and I would really like the corruption out. That only refers to corruption portals. There's a lot of corruption portals out here, don't get me wrong. People are clearing the shoot out of those right now. Has this been harvested? Someone's been through here recently. Last 15 minutes. Okay, these guys should give me way more thick hides than those level 40s. I bet they give me like 19. 21 thick hide. If you ever need to do hunting quests for turkeys, or for wolves, or for goats, come out and do those quests out in the no man's land. And again, we're not mining every single rock now. We're kind of just trying to cover some ground here. There's been someone here recently. Shouldn't have given him the high ground, Anakin. Alright, let's get this bacon. And then I haven't gotten this fast travel. Sometimes when they reset the fast travel points, you have to go re-unlock them. And it's really not a bad thing to have to walk this beautiful map, you know, once in your life. Oh, and there's actually a camp out here. I wonder, oh, there's more than one camp out. Now, if I'm seeing stuff like this tells me that there are resources to be had. So I'm gonna have to figure out where those are. Look at all these camps. I'm even going to throw my camp down. Oh, no shit. Oh, no shit. This is really scary because people are running in and out of this so much. Okay, there's a guy. Oh, this doesn't even seem like too big of an issue. None of them are elites. This isn't nothing too fancy yet. No reason to be dipping or dodging around everything so far. Where am I right now? Okay. I wonder if I'm seeing the remnants of like a massive amount of people being here. That looked like a quest line for something. I definitely don't have that quest right now. This is a supply stockpile. That's all there is up here? Okay. So that explains why there's so many camps. There's not resources, there's just chests. And this is the reason why the refining resources are so cheap. It's because people are just massing this so that people get 7,000 like refining materials and nothing to refine because they don't want to they don't even want to spend 20 cents a piece for the stone. They want to buy the stone at 1 cent a piece. They want to buy it at the absolute cheapest price possible. But we're not going to let them do that. Alright, let's see what else is out here. I don't normally head down this way. And I still need to get this travel location. I am pretty close to being full. I'm gonna go ahead and keep my loot set on for these mobs, because I do want that higher loot luck for these guys. Oh, I forgot this had a different hard gem than my cannon. That was cool to see the vial. I've never actually seen anyone activate the vial before. So that right there was actually an important move. Being able to use those potions is a move that you can stagger them out of. And you'll get quicker clear times on the depths if you can recognize that. Reaper resin, that's a pretty cool rare to get. He's trying to drink a potion right now. We'll polish him off. You can see how I generated 8 coins there. The higher the mob, the more coins it gives. Try to drink the potions that constantly throw them on the ground. Could have done a regular attack there. No reason to do a big attack. And that time he cancelled me out of an attack because his move had stagger. Nobody saw that. Literally. That was an example about how cursor is matters on whether or not you're going to hit a target or not. So if you have to click more than once, try to follow the click through so you're actually clicking on the person. Oh, looky, looky. Oh, okay. I guess I just can't do that. And to me, it's not really worth switching back into the mining outfit for this. I'd rather have the loot up. It's just not worth the time because I'm already doing this slow and it can start getting a little aggravating for another player to come up behind you. That's where, again, the gear sets, really having these little guys and being able to buy them for $5 a piece, it speeds up so many processes of the game. And I'm happy that you are able to get it for free. But that's the ultimate reward for the free battle pass, is you're able to get one of those. I think that's a little bit too much in time investment for $5. Like, yeah, you get a lot of other things. But for, like, it's the ultimate reward. It's not even like you get 3 through the battle pass. It's one of the most asked for features, and they put it behind a really dumb paywall. But we don't have to play the game with it. That's not going. Just have fun with the game. You know, I don't recommend taking this game super seriously because it's not rewarding. It's not rewarding. It doesn't reward you for investing 40 hours a week into the game. If anything, it's going to do its best to ignore your accomplishments. It's always going to be easier for a new player to catch up. Oh, you got the token off. Let's see. And I'm gonna sneak in and get this moat real quick. I went really strong too. Got like almost in a whole nother hour. Now I bet these guys have a chance to drop the mining here. Seems pretty slow, so I just want to check. There's a quest line that brings you through here one time. We're just gonna see what we have. I'm keeping my eye out for. Ooh, that's a purple. What did we get? Corrupted crest. That's even better. That's for one of the crafting trophies. Ooh yeah. Loot luck sets hang out. Ooh. I think that's going to be the next heart gem that I max out. Alchemy stockpile, huh? Huh. No way. I've never seen it give me an actual leaf before. Trying not to let them get that potion in. Oop, I did manage to upset them. I want to bring all these guys over to here. You see how I use my invulnerability to not have to... And then and I used an ability that could throw them back to get myself unstuck there. So yeah, you can get yourself stuck in this little corner and then have guys all around you. You won't be able to dodge out of it. Supplies stockpile. All I want is onions, man. Oof, he just had a little bit left. Only I was stronger. Provisions crate, these are the money. Cauliflower. Nice. And then all this, taking this time, getting these mobs, getting this extra loot. Oh, look at that. Orky's up. It all turns into experience for my crafting stuff, because all that stuff I salvage is chances of it dropping the apprentice notebooks and stuff like that. So once you have 3 houses and hit 60, you can really start focusing more on your chest runs, on going through them, because you have base higher luck, and start with getting your 3 minor elite luck trophies, and that will give you a good base, and then just work on upgrading those trophies over time. Again, as you build up the economy to be able to sustain the purchase. Don't go absolutely broke trying to get your trophies, because it's going to, like, you make money by having money, so never throw yourself in a totally broke situation. It'll really force you to have to spend time grinding the game rather than playing the game. Or the game can feel more like a job when you don't have any income. And there's really easy ways to generate 1,000 gold a day, so the part of doing the daily quest. That's doing 2 expeditions will give you 500 gold, and then doing, or maybe it's just 1 expedition for 500 gold, and then doing 2 of the 5-man corruption portals, any level, will also give you another 250 gold each. So just by doing those, about 2 hours of play a day, you can, or if you really rush it, if you're level 60, you could potentially do those expeditions in 15 minutes. If you really are just trying to get your 500 gold. So you can get 500 gold in 15 minutes. Maybe like 30 minutes. That should be your standard. When you're grinding, when you're actually gathering all of this stuff, and you're doing all that mining, are you making 500 gold every 30 minutes? Is that all you want to be able to make, is just 500 gold every 30 minutes? Or do you want it to be a little bit more than that? Is there any reason why you'd want it to be less than that? I don't think so. Because those rewards just come from, that 1,000 gold is just generated from me playing the game. How could that feel like work at all? A lot of fire mode available out in this area, which is cool. I guess these guys drop corrupted credits. See, now you see how I just got those buy orders up on the top there? I'll be able to reveal something to you guys. That's how I know that there's more stone on the market right there. So I saw people were trying to drop the price of stone. So I knew that since they don't know the value of stone, I also knew that they weren't going to know the value of the rare materials that drop from stone. So I started buying up those materials because I know there's going to be a bunch of people that are just trying to sell all their stuff as quickly as possible. But that kind of sums up the whole little leveling. We're going to take just a break where I get some ramen in me. And I'm going to keep the stream up and going. So it's going to be like a 4-hour stream. But I want my camera time to always be efficient. And also I want to stream healthy gaming playstyles, and that does require you getting off the camera for a little bit, or, you know, putting down the controller for a couple minutes, checking in with the family, checking in with the friends, checking in with your day. How are you feeling? How's your body feeling? Are there any plans that you can make for tomorrow? Put on some chapstick, you know, freshen up a bit, all sorts of stuff. And again, we'll do the same thing. We don't really need to go anywhere. Oh, this is a landmark? How close are we to full? We're pretty close to full. We're gonna go ahead and recall to the inn again. Always putting that inn back on cooldown. And we're gonna go on a short little break. I'm gonna put up the break. And we're gonna just sit down on the tavern. But yeah, I really encourage people taking breaks. I realize that it's probably super glitchy during the loading screens. And forget to turn the headset back on. Alright. Now people might wonder how I was able to pull that off. Because some people that are around for the whole time would be like, short break? Yeah, right. But I got a good rest in. We're gonna go over some more New World tips. We're gonna reactivate. HUD. And let's go back to one of the houses. Let's look at our inventory. Let's go to Weaver's Fen. I ended up going with the egg on the ramen though. Continuity's sake. Alright. So, as far as decorating goes, there's some tips. I really like making sure the chairs are, you can still interact with the chairs. You have to leave enough space around them. And you can see that I can actually see a lot of the players outside still. And that's kind of how I decided how I wanted my house. And then also you can put items on top of your storage unit and you can still interact with it just fine. Alright, so they changed locking mechanics. That's one of the returning players, this might be another thing that you notice. So there's this really big lock icon. So what that's going to do here, so you'll see it in the apparel here, is so when I click move all to storage shed now, it won't take any of my locked items. I'm going to go ahead and salvage this stuff. I'm going to be sure to read it. You'll notice that anything that's like a stone cutters or smelter, you'll see that has this more unique outline. So it's easier to understand that it's a rare item. Because before, like clicking this real quick on a quick salvage, which I'm doing Control C to quick salvage this. Alright. but I left all my other locked gear in my inventory here. So, what this gear is that we have to go, and Last Stand I believe is where all my weapons are. So I have all these weapons. I'm going to give a couple tips about how to organize and go through your weapons. I've been waiting for your gear sets, which are these right here, to become available. And we were going to make a couple of armor sets with them. I'm really excited to be able to do that. That was going to be the second part of this stream. We were on such a long break on the stream, needed to get a little bit of food in me, and then also like that's where the healthy part of the stream is making sure you actually demonstrate that you're taking breaks from the game and then coming back to it after you've taken care of yourself. Alright, so the round 2, what I wanted to get part of in the same stream is the gear sets. So if you complete to level 100, you'll get one of these gear sets for free, or you can get them for 500 tokens, which is basically the equivalent of $5. You can get more of these gear slots. This is really helpful for armor sets, but think of it as like a secondary inventory slot, and think of it as another equipment slot. That's how I should describe it. Another equipment, because this doesn't take up weight. This doesn't take up weight anymore. So you have all this storage space to have this stuff equipped, and it's really handy to also be able to have potions. You can carry so much, because one of the most encumbrant. Oh, I'll make sure I bring the chat back up too. Silly me. Boom. We can salvage a lot of these weapons too. So this is armor set right here was this set, this slug set. So this is handy because sometimes I'm going from, so when I want to get the miner set, I'll just do this to be able to equip it. Boom, it's all equipped. But when you have things this mismatched of different names of different items, it's really handy to have these armor slots. And then it's nice to be able to just throw my luck ring out on this stuff. Really handy. And so when you can, let's bring up the battle pass next. I think that's F9. Yep, alright. F9 to get here. So there's this journal. So completing the 3 faction missions will get taken care of. Control point, that's a little bit more tricky. 1 activity card. So that's a blackout on the activity card, which is this right here. Which is, so for the activity cards to complete it, it's interesting. This is just kill Angry Earth. Ah, it's the shields. Yeah, the shields here are the arenas. So 2 arenas are required, which also matches the topaz rate. So you can get 2 of topaz rewards, which you use at the gypsum kiln crafting. And we were just going over some tips about how you can mask your storage units in your house, because you can put items on top of them. Alright, so these weapons... Are there any in Monarch's Bluff? No. Okay. So these weapons here in this storage unit are all weapons I previously had locked. So this is a luck shield. How is this different? So this is a drop that you get, and I believe you can get Hill's Strength from the where the sword and the two sorcerers are in the Dynasty quest. I believe the swordsman drops the Hill's Strength. So sturdy energy, sturdy, compared to refreshing ward, sturdy, and muck. Nothing too fancy on that shield. So, how the kite shield in the Lost Sword, how this combos off of it is that the kite shield gives you blocking stability, but it also deals more damage. So the smaller the shield, the more smash damage your shield abilities will do. And those are, if we equip over to this, these are these two abilities here. So all of this is slash damage, but this move right here, oh, I'm encumbered. That. But my shield abilities here do smash damage. And you can see that because I guess you can't see it here on the shield. But it does strike damage is what it's called. I was calling it smash, but it's actually strike is how it's referred to in the game. Alright, we're going to figure out what we should keep and not keep. This I really like. Those are all pluses. Shirking Frost. Okay, so this is a drop that I can constantly get again. Let's see, this Lost Bane. Pretty good, because that stacks with it being an Ice Gauntlet as well. Life Stealing on the shield stacks your healing. You can get really high healing output with a sword shield through Life Steal. And then the thing is when you do those arena quests, you actually can get shields that have a gem slot available. So if you want to be have a really powerful sword and shield, you should do arenas to get those shields with the gem slots. Those are usually bind on pickup, by the way. Name shield, would want to keep it for memorial's sake. And then let's see, can I pull out the rest of the weapons here? And Valor Hold is what we have on that. Let's see if I can actually get everything. Nope, that's armor. Last Stand. 690, I think I can take it all. Yep. Alright, and so this again is where I'm going to demonstrate where it's really useful to get bag space later on in the game, because this is where it matters. So I don't know if I can move. Yeah, okay, I can't even move anymore. That's fine. At least I can have everything in here now. That's great, because what I'm able to do now, close this gear set, maybe I'll do it now. Yes. No, this isn't displaying how I want it to. Oh well, alright. Anyway, we're gonna go over the next couple of steps about how to organize it. Okay, cool. So now we have it all in our inventory, right? Okay, but it's not really organized in a good way. So the next thing that we can do is by weight. Now, by weight, now the bow is the heaviest out of all things. Weird, it's bows. That bow is seriously heavier than a Warhammer. Crazy, I believe it. Alright, anyway, there's the greatsword. 13 pounds on the greatsword. Man, I've got fish that are bigger than this. What's going on here? Anyway, as you can see, mostly organized by item type. It's a little wonky, Great Sword, Blunderbuss's Life Staff. Most of the hammers are all here together. Okay, what do I got here? Okay, cool thing. So, this is a 625 gear score. Don't necessarily want to just get rid of that. We can't get rid of that, actually. Not worth it to get rid of it at this point. Pretty good one, actually. Pretty good tank one. What I really like is... guess we're gonna have to equip this one again. This ability is now taunt compatible. The Mighty Gavel. And the thing is that you can have double. This is 2 4-second taunts. This is such a cool taunt now. Because if you can time it right, you can really taunt a lot of stuff at once. Alright, we're totally encumbered. Anyway, let's close this gear. This is also going to help me identify any duplicates. So some other, these items here, what they are is, I didn't do this myself, they were rewards from one of the Krakus events. So, I gotta get rid of this, some of this for inventory's sake, and let's try to do the shields for some of the earlier stuff. So I see why I saved this, because I have the glorious thought that I'm going to be able to heal and also have a sword and shield at the same time. Honestly, a sword and shield isn't a bad thing for a healer to have, because if you are maximizing your healing, you can switch off to a sword and shield and then give another 10% leadership bonus. But, and you can be right there dealing the damage if anything's coming after you, and you have a shield. You could actually be inflicting weakens, much like how you would switch over from your Void Gauntlet to do screams and to throw down your arena. The weakens and the slows. You can also, as a healer, throw yourself in heavy armor, and I don't believe that reduces your healing output. I think that just reduces your healing input. I don't think that you, the healer, being heavy in armor, I don't think that reduces your healing capability. That just reduces the healing on you yourself. Alright, so to kind of make this easier for me, since I didn't realize I had so many 625 things in this inventory, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to get all the 625s out of this list right here. So we're going to open back up. Alright, anything that's 625 real quick, I'm just going to shove into this portion. This is where I truly feel like an American here, because it's just by purely what do I have in all my bag space, just a godforsaken amount of weapons. Alright, this right here is such a good tank. Refreshing Ward. Refreshing Ward, Trenchant Rend, and Refreshing Mighty Gavel. Ah, sold. So good. Also 625, so let's get it out of there. Alright. Alright, so let's keep this inventory open as well. And we'll keep on going through this. I have some nutty opinions on what good life staffs are. And I'll show you, we'll go over kind of. I desperately avoid trying to link my gear in chats. but for the viewers, I'm more than happy to show off what I've picked up thinking is worth the time. And as you can see, most of these are just expedition items. It's a lot of fun things to try out there. And then a lot of these I don't really need to keep, I'm just kind of nostalgic for them because they're part of the Brimstone Sand quest line. Alright, let's see what this shield is. Important. This is a great shield, especially for the new boss as well. A new expedition. That great sword, or that great axe that he's using is slash damage, so taking 9.8% less. I think, let's go ahead and get this to 625. So you can, well, I'll show you how you can tell what's happening here. So we're going to preview the 625. You can see received 10% less, and you can put in a few less. You can see 9.9, so you can see where the bumps are going to be. So the 10% is not even at 625, it's at 623. %. 622. Okay, we can go even lower and it's still 10%. Oh, it's 622. Boom. And then let's just to get you to understand power level. So 622, 10%. What's 620? And that's the maximum resistance. Let's open up. Find group. Minimum gear score 622. 9. M9 622. So the maximum attribute bonus that you get is for elites. There you go. Alright. We are still super over encumbered. We need to get through this gear. Okay, this is a really good blunderbuss now as well, because Crippling Blast Shot is actually the taunting ability. It's the secondary taunting ability. And it also inflicts rend on the opponents. So that's become a good tank blunderbuss. Fury is just kind of standard. The 19% backstab and having Cane. Getting a really underrated perk for the sword and shield. It's this perk right here. On critical, gain 20% haste for 5 seconds. That means any slowing effects, you still have haste for 5 seconds. So slowing effects won't affect you as much. Let's see. Ooh, this is a bind on equip. We should try selling that on the market, actually. Divine Devotion, huh? Tigers, I really like this Tiger's Instincts. This was a really fun drop. Got this doing the, out in the Emperor's Palace area, I believe. Something else I really wanted to try. Alright, as far as gear sets go. Don't have any of that gear, just weapons, huh? Alright, now that we got the 625 stuff out, something that we can also go back to is that we can sort by weight again, kind of take a look at what equipment we're working with. This hammer is just sentimental to me because it was a hammer I fought a war with that hammer. Just sentimental dumb stuff. Ooh, this is a really good one. It's very similar to one that's already in my inventory though. Put those next to each other real quick. Leg strikes versus refreshing mighty gavel. Oh, what's the other one that has refreshing mighty gavel? So this basically, what that empowering armor breaker does is that if you time it, you basically can get an additional 2000 damage on your next attack. We're gonna go ahead and salvage this one, just because, yeah, it's a cool one, but I have so many other hammers. Alright, so this one's a bind and equip. We're gonna go ahead and try to sell this one out on the market. I think it has some pretty cool stats, but the market can be really picky. I really like how this is a Runeus, where it has siege damage, but I don't really get to participate in too many of the invasions, because I don't participate in the swarm economy. I actually am starting to get, I sell through a couple of towns right now, Vorthron. But I am starting to try to only buy from those towns as well. So in the little faction filters I can do, or the little auction house filters, I'm trying to only buy from, looking to buy from orders that are from that town first. I'm still trying to fill out those orders. Okay, what other hammers do I have? The obelisk. So I use this hammer, and then the clear out is a really fun move. So increasing the knockback distance is a really underrated perk. It is super handy because specifically for the guys that explode, when they activate their explosion, using abilities like the repulse and clear out will throw them farther. For the weapons in particular, I try to sell it. Actually, no, not intentionally. I haven't sold any of the auction house weapons intentionally out of one place. Usually it's out of Weaver's Fen or Restless Shores, another place that I would sell it. Broadsword. Lots of life staffs. I got a lot of life staffs for a guy that never uses them. Oh, Will of the Ancients. Oh man, I'm so happy to be able to do this on stream. Boom. Okay. Salvage. Boom. Yeah, not interested in that. Alright. Moving on. Pretty sure that's what everyone called best in slot. I'm like, that's what I think about best in slot. Alright. Blessed. Reluctant Savior. That will get you targeted in a dungeon for sure. Pretty cool blast perk. Gotta finish looking at these hammers though. Oh, I liked using this one with the static shock ring that you can have, which helps with the electric damage. Let's see. Slayer of enemies. You know what I really need to look for is the Corrupted Bane got increased on ranged weapons. I wonder if that would be true for the blunderbuss. I got rid of a lot of them though. Blade of the 19th, that's just probably another cool looking one. Molten Core is a luck. Fire Staff. I can get rid of this because I just have other things working for me. Blackguards, Fire Staff. Again, I'm going to have another chance to run into this type of item now at this point, because I'm not scared about doing Barnacle and Black Powder, but everyone seems to be never wanting to run a mutation for those on Eldorado. Again, I'm just not much of a great axe user, so I assume that I'll be able to just get that at a later time. Alright. Darkness Defined. What do you look like, buddy? That does look a little intimidating, not gonna lie. Alright. Ooh, yeah. Alright, here's a musket that might be worth 20 grand now. Just for the spank of it, you know. And someone might buy it for 20 grand because I've heard a funny rumor that people buy muskets off the market just to keep them out of hands of other musket users. Well, we're gonna make a little gamble and we're gonna put it on the market for 20. Actually, okay. Nah, let's just be bold and put it in the trade chat. Now we're not even gonna look at that chat anymore. I'm not even gonna worry about it. So if I hear the little ding, then we know we're good. Alright. Hunting Blade. This Human Bane. So this was one of those drops. I wonder what it looks like. Nothing. I mean... I'm not super, you never know how much time people put into these things. I'm just gonna have to keep on developing my eye for it. Alright, I really like this Great Axe because something that helps tanks out if you do need to take more of a Constitution route is that you do want to be critting. Having an increased chance of crits naturally really helps you out, because if you're doing more damage, you're dealing more aggro, and because you're at least generating 300% more threat minimum just by the Carnelian gem itself, a little damage goes a long way for you. In comparison, the hot tip for people is that Life Staff users on base, if they were to use a healing spell right next to an enemy, they would be generating 200% threat. So that means if I was attacking, if I did 3 attacks with my sword and shield, that 300% threat, I would still be holding aggro even if that life staff user casts one spell. The threshold would probably be if the life staff user casts the second heal right in front of them. And then that would have been like a dumb math, it would have been 400% magic, life staff magic threat compared to my 300% threat that I dealt with just 3 light attacks. Anywho, back to the gear. So, here's the thing. By the time I actually take Arunius seriously when I need it, I can just build it. Oh man, no, it's just such a fun hammer. No, I can't do that to that hammer. Man, do I have a problem? Let me think about this for a minute. You know, at least all my clutter's online. Alright, we gotta figure out what to do about this. Alright, Heavy Knocker. Human Bane again. Chain Fighter. What do you look like, buddy? Oh, look at that. I can already walk again. Nice. Okay, now that I can already walk again. You've been... Ah. Yeah, I thought I almost got stuck. Okay, nothing should be locked in my inventory currently in the weapons department. We're going to go ahead and sell them out of Weaver's Fen here. And if you're paying attention to the trade chat here, these human idols are the Human Bane. So the new expedition located out here in the Great Cleave is human NPCs. Very interesting. So I'm going to just taking the extra steps to take my own little private. We're going to go ahead and sell. We're going to look at all the weapons that we can sell here. Okay, yeah, I have plenty of money to get this stuff on the market. Alright. Let's take a look at one more thing too real quick. Let's go ahead and look at buying these weapons. Interesting. I wonder what the most expensive is. Frost, critical. It's just expensive for no reason. Lost in Chain Nature is really cool. 191,000 for it is... I mean, fuck, man. Sorry, pardon my language. Refreshing move, crippling, and thwarting. Yeah, I can see that being that expensive. Okay. There's 70 pages of this, though. I think this is a huge gamble. Alright, anyway, we're just gonna go off of my intuition here on this. It was good to get a reference, but this is like... Alright. When you're doing stuff like this, I always recommend to just look at the listing fee. Make sure it's not a ridiculous amount, because it will make you it'll make you pay whatever. Alright, and then we are going to sell this one for the price of a house. And we'll see if that sells for 28,000. Alright, now there's this Warhammer, Chain Immortal. Alright, again, you know, let's do... Actually, I bet someone will buy it for 18.49. We'll just boom. Alright. Ooh, was that 1,800 instead of 18,000? Alright. That's the expensive stuff. Alright, Angry Strike. Oh my god. This is such a good shield that if it doesn't sell for 8,000 at least. I'm using it for myself if it comes back off the market. That's such a nice shield. Okay, that shield's not so much. This, we're gonna sell this at the reasonable price. Super reasonable price for that. Sturdy, refreshing, 9%. Again, we're selling this at a very reasonable price. Alright, let's take a look at the armor. No armor in the inventory. Okay. Let's try to walk away from the auction house. There's usually a bunch of weirdos hanging out here. Alright. Ooh, that's a pretty nice that's a pretty nice harvesting sickle. Alright, what else can I get rid of here? Alright. We can get rid of this for now. I like the lifesteal and the cruel. I think I just got other things going for me. I can probably get rid of that. Dreadwake, enchanted, refreshing, and refreshing. That's such a cool... Ooh, that's such a cool one. Alright. Putting that over there. Cactus Carver is just hilarious. It's an angry earth. Bane, Keen. It's just like, there's just other stuff. I can't sell the hand armor. We just got that out of the new expedition. I'm just not going to use a lot of these shields, so I'm sure I'll get them again. I'm going to hold on to this one for a second because there is a surprising difference between a 580 or a 590 shield and a 600 shield. I believe they have different perks than their 600 counterpart. No, the perks don't change, they just naturally have different. Okay, this is a super interesting kite shield because it's Ancient Bane, so 14% of that smash damage. I just super like this shield. I want to take it in for when I'm doing a DPS and still bring the Son of the Sword shield. Nothing would be better than this until I get something that had a gemstone equipped in it. So, if you're wondering why the gemstone, why not everyone, you probably have not heard of people running gems in their shield slots, and you're probably wondering why that's not a big thing. And it's because, so most of the effects for the mutations are only if they have a yellow tag. However, there are some effects that just were severely reducing, specifically the Fire Gauntlet users and Ice Staff users' power when the mute was Frost or Hellfire. So the same thing would be true. So if you're trying to use fire, extra fire damage on your shield bash, it got countered because the Genesis was Hellfire that week. So it ended up just doing less base damage because they took out damage reductions in this game. So they have done a lot to make this game a lot easier. However, they're adding more physical mechanics that you have to do, more stuff that you have to dodge in the environment, more things that you need to do in the environment, which is really cool for an MMO, to be able to have enough connectivity to be able to do those things in a player versus player environment, or sorry, in an online environment. Cleric's walking staff, I upgraded that. That was one of the new ones that we got. I really gotta just bite the bullet on a lot of these so I can start focusing. So one of the things that we're gonna do in this gear set is that we're actually going to build a life. Alright, remove all items. Yes. Okay. So we're gonna build and then sort by last in there, so it should be in the top. Alright. So didn't quite, I don't think it really did it. I'm not actually seeing that gear in my... Oh, that's why, because it's locked. So it didn't move that. That's a little part of the bug. It's not a perfect game, but we'll make it work. Okay, now let's get this. So this is a nice corruption. You know what? We're gonna have to do 2 sets. We're gonna remove all this to the inventory as well. We're gonna have to do 2 healing sets because one's gonna be a corruption healing set. Which should be all this gear, so we're gonna trust old me. We're gonna trust that old me was a homie. Oh, which hatchet did you want to? Oh, the good hatchet. Yeah. Let me bring that back up. The one. Oh, right. I put that in the inventory. the Dreadwake. So we have 30 strength, and I'll just hold that up in the chat. I don't mind just holding that up in the chat until you're able to see it again. Refreshing move, refreshing and enchanted on a 30 strength. Here's the other one right here. That's the Tiger's Instinct. People are surprised because I bring this one into player versus player combat. It's not one that I think is traditionally used for that, but having Opportunist and the backstab damage and catching someone with their stamina low with the hatchet is really satisfying. Oh, the Angry Earthbane one. The Cactus. I know that. Cactus Carver. This is also would really work because you'd be doing heavy strikes against the Garden Keeper to make sure that he doesn't do his kill party move. I said this one wasn't good. Oh no, not the continuity. I give it negative points for having the Keen, but again, Keen's nice on a tank because you're not attacking as much. Oh no, those were the other boots. I'm sure I had some Empress boots. Oh, you know what? Actually, I never did get a healing boot set taken care of. Oh, you know, that's because I was looking at Simon's Gray. Oh, it has Ancient Ward too on the Simon's Gray Shambles. You get these out of the Armorine Mutated Expedition. Okay, so those are nice to have, but not necessarily what I'm looking for right now in this healing set. So I need to do boots. Let me just check the gear score to make sure I don't have anything by chance. Nah, that one's strength. Expeditions. Oh, you know me though, always trying to find the silver lining. This stacks really nicely. And it's constitution, so it can be used for a lot of different things. I would definitely want to put that in my hatchet build. I bet if I lock that right now, though. So that's a bug. If you lock something while you're in your house. I'm glad I can move again. Since I locked it, L is also exit. Such a silly bug. It's not even really a bug, it's just user interface overlay. I really need, there we go. Oh, I do have more of these. And they had luck on it? It's a whole Empress? Why didn't this stuff show up? Wow. So, I think I already know. I can just go ahead and salvage this one. It's an extra. So, I probably did this because I wasn't looking for just a corrupted ward resistant healer set. But I'm kind of interested in doing that a little bit more. So, if I keep myself in a light armor set, I can manage to get 30% damage output. This is something I want to keep in mind here. I don't really want to rely on sacred ground. But orb of protection wouldn't be super good on myself. Okay, so we don't need to worry about this healing set so much. What do we got here? Fortifying Sacred Ground again. It's a heavy armor set. Heavy. Really nice stats on it though. And if I were to get hit, not too big of a deal. So, just happened to those guys. I didn't throw it on the ground, did I? That sound effect scares me. I don't like it one bit. Oh, there's another shield that would just be really good in general on taking a lot of hammer users. Strike Shield Ward. Alright, but we gotta finish making this healer set. Keep on looking at equipment here. What were we upgrading? What were we looking at? This was my dreams of having a life staff blunderbuss combo. But how I would use the blunderbuss to cast the rend is also the ability that would cast the taunt now. So I don't know if I'm being counterintuitive with that thought process now. This is another, like, one of my tank dreams, life staffs right here. But I keep on, like, trying to play this build around like I would have 3 weapons available to myself and not really including the life staff. So I don't think really having, for this, for what it's doing, I don't think it's worth having enchanted on it, because if the base ability isn't high enough, then it having 9% additional damage off it is only going to be 20 or 30. Fire Lash, Contagious Reverse Stab. This Great Axe is pretty cool. Again though, I'm getting distracted. Willing Sacrifice. I feel like I have 2 of those already. Yes, I do. The other one's 600. Go ahead and get rid of this one. Hunting Blade. I feel like I'll just get this again. I'm not too worried about having a Human Bane weapon right now, especially on not my main. Great Sword of the Mage. That's hilarious. We're gonna go ahead and just salvage that. This Words of Wisdom is just proof that the devs love me. We can't forget that that's the Luxlock. Ah, it exited us out of the house again. How close are we to this? Let's see, it's heavy though. And kind of still focused on Corrupted Ward with the boots. What else do we got? Resilient and luck. You know, why can't I hit L to unlock it and it doesn't take me out of the house, but when I hit L to lock it, it does. That's funny. Alright. We're gonna go ahead and salvage those just because the PvP perk doesn't really matter to us right there. So we're just gonna go for other things. This, pretty cool. Throw that in as a potential. 10, Blight Resistance. We can just get rid of this because we don't really need to work with Epic Gear anymore. We're hopefully past that. Wait, that's going into the whole life staff blunderbuss. Is that really something I'm going to try to pursue right now? Is it really worth? I don't think it's worth it for the blunderbuss, even though it scales up with intelligence. Because the Void Gauntlet would scale up with intelligence and with focus. So that should still be the secondary. So not all the Void Gauntlets are going to have it. So let's do it by weight again to try to pick out a good Void Gauntlet here. Ice Gauntlet, Ice Gauntlet. Huh, do I really not have a single Void Gauntlet? Ice Gauntlet. This might be a lot more handy than I think. Ice Gauntlet, Life Staff. I don't think I have a Void Staff to be able to use. Or a Void Gauntlet, excuse me. Anywhere. Oh, you know what I actually really liked doing? I liked doing a throwing axe life staff. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, now we can focus again. That's such a cool hatchet. Let's go ahead and upgrade this and see what we're working with. Blessed. Critical chance. I bet it at least looks cool. Cinder Sweep. We're just looking for a nice hatchet to be able to throw at this. What life staff's gonna go with it though? Refreshing Move is so cool. I love the name of that item too. That might just, the rule of cool might just... Oh no, but this one's hot. Cause this is, yeah, ooh. 2 point per hit, bless, keen beacon. 9.8 crit chance. Probably gonna take that one over anything. Staff of the Throne. Light and heavy attacks. Reduce. Keen beacon. Oh, that one has it too. I don't know where I got this one from. Siphoning Blow. That's a really cool life staff, but it's situational. You know what? We're gonna use this one, because that one helps me out the most. And then we need a hatchet to throw at this, like I said. Well, I have active grit. You know, I just had, if it didn't have any strength, that would be better, but maybe I need at least 50 strength for slash damage. Is that where it is? Basic attacks don't count. I would have to have 100 strength. I don't think it's worth. Well, we can keep on trying it out. Let's throw her up there. I think it's the best that we got right now. Okay. Focus, focus, focus. Good. Okay, that's good. Less slash damage, that's great. Refreshing evasion. More mana, perfect, I'm liking it. Okay. Now as far as gear goes, sort by time here. I'm not using... Why don't I just get rid of this for now? It's such nice stats though for what I might want to BS around with. And this again, like when I do have a Void's Gauntlet, all that slot, because it's Empress Zhao stuff. I'm surprised that that wasn't why I couldn't sell that one already. Alright, I still need much different healing gear here. Strength, let's do it by weight again. Ancient Word. This bind on pickup stuff is just taking up space. That's so low gear score, don't really need to worry about that. Probably just got in there by mistake. I just don't see myself I see exactly why I saved those. Because that's actually pretty nice for a tank. Physical aversion too. Okay, we're not getting rid of those today. So the reason why I have a second set of Chartist wraps is because what I'm building towards is that instead of having to replace the gems every single time, if I have a second pair of Chartist pants, I can just put the gemstone in there. Alright. What is this? some stuff that won't sell ever. Ah, this is some of my first gear that I got. My Legatus gear. My first corruption gear. So this is the only gear you need. It's just 535. This is the gear that you get when you first start facing the corruptions. This was the gear that the game gave you. And it's just an indicator of what's expected. If you have a 535 gear average gear score, like it is over here, average 535 gear score, you're going to do fine in the invasions. Easy rule to follow. Alright, let's see. Can just get rid of that. Wizened shirt, huh? Well, I don't think we have a second one. We can't upgrade it unless it's in the other inventory. Okay, this actually is a lot better because you can actually, unbeknownst to some healers, you can actually block with a life staff. And that's as sassy as I'm gonna get about it. Okay. Oh, this will bind it to me? Yeah, people don't understand how nice that is. I'll take it. Okay, a light. It's medium right now at 16 pounds. That's cool. I still need a headpiece for it. You know, I am not actually that scared about... Nah. It needs to just be a strength, focus space, and I can... 50 is going into intelligence because that's going to do the bonus magic damage. No, it needs 100. Okay. And that wouldn't upgrade my focus at all. Yeah, I just don't think that that's going to be worth it in the long run. We're going to have to think of another idea. I just don't think the life staff for a healer set, applying weaken, disease, that's all good and dandy. I have intelligence. Intelligence would increase the elemental damage. Do I have a spare musket I could throw at this instead? No. I'm a fool. Repair. Repair. That's what we need to be looking at right now. And I should have quite a few of those. Boom, here they are. Shirking. Oh, these get dexterity, dexterity, dexterity. I feel like I saw a twisted one somewhere up here. I know I saw a really good one earlier that I was excited to use too. thought to myself it'd be quite the good tank one, actually. Let's see. Is it in here? Weaver's fun. No. The hunt for it continues. So what would be really cool is getting one of these sword perks landing as a legendary item to really, but having this deal 14% additional as nature would really help it. If it had Corruption Bane on top of that, money. I'm still just desperately trying to finish up this healer set. But I need a... For that to work, I would need to have a rapier that is based off intelligence. That would be perfect. Well, all of these are dexterity. Big rip. Sad day. Okay, so this accuracy perk on it, it's a little weird. Chain Ice, cool, because helps against Lost, but we're going to salvage it. Runius, again, the Chain Nature. It's just such a fun corrupt it, we're keeping it for the corruption. Sundering Shockwave. Lifesteal. I'm pretty sure I already have a lot of stuff that's like this. I'm looking for other stuff that's not Sundering Shockwave. We're going to salvage this. We're going to compare that to this other one real quick. Ancient, Repulse and Clear Off, Chain Lightning. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just salvage this one. We have another one that's very similar to it. Oh, this was a pretty cool musket. Let's go ahead and upgrade this real quick, see what the next perk is. Plagued crits. 30 dexterity. You know what? I think that was the blunderbuss that I was going to throw at the intelligence set, now that I think about it. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Get rid of this hatchet. And give us back that blunderbuss. There we go. Now we have the reason to have the intelligence and to get it up to 100 intelligence. I don't have any of that stuff equipped currently at the moment. Do I have a helmet for it yet? I think again I remember a helmet. Last stand. Nope, Valor hold. That one's again Void for a Void Gauntlet. It's a Siren set, pretty nifty. The luck and the critical retribution. I don't know how useful this is. Actually, I'm going to hold on to this one in particular. I don't think I'm quite done with that. And how I'm justifying this is because of how, like, it is like, I'm looking at this and I'd be like, wow, that is something I would still have to pay like 7,000 gold for, you know, maybe if I wanted to get just have that. So I guess it can take up to 2.6. Wait, but I need to be more picky about other stuff. Like, those are cool, but this is not something I'm going to use all the time. At this time, I can kind of take stuff like this out because I am getting stuff through the PvP tracker, which is just going to be the gear I'm going to use on average for it. Though it's a really, this is another thing again that I'd really hold on to. If it was a bind on equip, this would definitely be something money. We're gonna go ahead and salvage it. Breaks my heart to do so. Okay, and then we're gonna hold on to those because it's off-brand to what our those are kind of cool too. So I was gonna hold on to that. Found a player, bind on equip, let's unlock that. Take a look at what that market looks like. Okay, so this is some of the stuff that they also upgraded these quests. So there's quests where you have to go gather equipment and gather stuff, and you turn it in and you make this stuff. They even shortened those quests for people. Okay, go ahead and salvage that. That's not doing anything for anyone. Same thing for this, I'm just never going to actually use it. Let's put those in my inventory because I think that actually... Oh, what's this? Yeah, see, I needed to replace these boots anyway. I still need a headwear slot. Let's see. Headwear. You know, I have a lot of the Raiders set. I kind of want to get some of that, more of that stuff upgraded. I just don't need these anymore. because it's just not how on average I'm using my luck set, so I can salvage it. Those are really good PvP healing gloves. I'm just gonna hold on to them for a second. I'm looking for a hat though. Am I just gonna have to go with the fisherman's hat? No, the other perks would be throwaway perks if I did that to people. Man, there's that PvP tank shield. Putting your healer with the sword shield as the secondary is probably like the move. There goes another one for the... Oh, wait. That's perfect. Alright. Uh-oh. I have a text message. Almost done with this build here. Alright, let's go ahead and throw her on real quick. See what stats we're working with here. $35 from the equipment. Not the worst thing, don't really need to throw anything more into that. What equipment's giving it though? The blunderbuss. Another blunderbuss I can use. Salvage so much of them because, man. So something that really doesn't take up any spaces. Yep, you guessed it. Man, that must have been nuts when people used to be able to carry around double life staffs. Must have been a whole different type of world. Okay. So this isn't looking too shabby. $160 on the Natch. And then not only minus 20, so easy could get to 150 strength. Does that count as a light attack? I don't know. I think it would be more keen about getting the 100 here. Alright, let's just run this crazy little build that we have, and we're gonna throw everything back in the trunk. So, Valor Hold. Last stand. Alright, left a few weapons in there for me. That's cool. We also need to do potions. Okay, let's go ahead. One of those. Yeah, that should be fine, right? Okay, fine. We'll do it like that instead. Alright, we're still pretty encumbered though. Ah, I guess I do have some better health potions to throw at this. Not even skill. Brimstone. Oop, can't move it all over there. Alright, let's start doing the shuffle truffle. Gross. I've really done it this time, Batman. I'll be out of here in a jiffy, don't you worry. It's a gosh darn shame. The shuffle truffle continues. So close to ending the shuffle truffle. $131. That's first like looking pretty juicy actually. Sweet, I could put those all the way. And then let's give ourselves a rune stone. do... I only have one of those. You know what? Let's just throw that bad boy in there. Actually, no. I don't use this for anything. We'll throw that one in there. Oh, definitely have to get bullets. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna finish copying. Alright, boom. Okay. What is my current weight looking at? Still pretty heavy. Oh, you know what? It's because of the stone in my inventory. You have to go back to Monarchs to deal with that. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead. What else do I got? Shirking, fortified sacred ground, mending protection. I hate fortified sacred ground, man. Life staff heavy attacks no longer consume mana. Not just light or heavy. Alright, here we go. Oh, I guess this is worth a respec now, isn't it? not necessary. No, we can just screw around with this. There's no attributes that are going in weird places. Alright. I really did throw all my other potions out in there, didn't I? Do I? What about? I really did screw myself a little bit. Oh well. We'll do it. This has to be more damage. There we go. I did have to take safety ground, didn't I? The head, as my brother always says. Alright. Nothing really spectacular, but doable. Oh, only 619 total mastery gear score. Oh, I'm not using Crippling Blast Shot yet. So I could respect for that as well. I guess laying down sacred ground really is the best option every time, though. If I am getting So, if you're ever like that, help your healer out, you know? So, finish clearing these guys up pretty soon. Yeah, we'll finish clearing it. Let's see what we can get. Property upkeep, crafting or storage. I am at the point where let's property upkeep is eventually going to help me out more than the storage. Alright. Do I have any water on me? Maybe not. But has a fresh water supply over there, and I can show you guys how to do this. How to bring corruption potions out into the open with you. Because I think what's going on is I believe my gear is getting a little bit more damage than I'd like it to be. So I can throw this way out there, then come in. Now the scary thing is some of these guys can regenerate. So, and I don't really have a whole lot that can stagger those guys either. Yeah, I just have to throw my heals a little bit further out than I would expect. This stuff has just been alive too long. Not necessarily too long. Alright, let's see how... casually hang out. It doesn't feel like I have to do too many shots against these guys. But I really got stop bad habits. Like not trying to back up when I'm reloading. It's making my reload time take longer. So if I time that right too, I can get a second last shot in there. If I don't I can choose a triple stack, or but the better option is to get 2 last shots. Alright, now that we're near the fresh water supply. Oh, look at that. We got a chapter. Okay, I guess it was activity card. It had to have been journal. There it is. No. Where is it? I don't see it anywhere. Okay. So we need some fresh water real quick for some potions. Booga wooga wooga wooga. Scaring all the fish away. Booga wooga wooga wooga. I'm kidding. It doesn't work like that. Okay, so come on. I know this is landmark, but I want to be cool and have a camp nearby. Come, boom. There we go. Alright, crafting. Seriously? Don't have any of these materials. There is something I might be able to use. Though it hasn't been even really necessary for me to create the potions. Alright, 12 a.m. I should give the stream a break for real this time. We didn't accomplish everything this time. Catch me next time, guys. Wrapping up with any other final questions. Did a lot of meta stuff, if you're able to pay attention through it. Very basic stuff. Just building up an audience mostly. Oh, we have to work on right now. No worries. I will be back again. Tell you guys all the same thing again at a different time. Buy your houses. Don't wait to buy your houses. That's pretty much the #1 tip. Adios until next time, everybody.